Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Oh, Hatham should be around here somewhere, right? Oh, he's over there! But it looks like he might not have time for us.
Just put down that worthless book and tell me what happened in the academia.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find a physical book like this in Sumeru?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority to get your hands on anyway. Just put it aside. Listen, I came back today only to hear that the sages have disappeared.
Oh? You sound surprised. I thought you would already know the inside story.
Would I be here asking you if I knew? You're the scribe, not me. So just tell me what you know already.
Well, I almost became a sage.
Huh?
Oh, don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kaveh, light of the Ksharawar. Besides, as a master builder and craftsman, chances are you'll be appointed as a sage too.
Why do I feel like you don't really mean it? Are you threatening me? Stooping to a new low, I see. Ugh, and don't change the subject. You, a sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close tomorrow.
Are they having a fight?
Forget what's going on with the academia. Haven't you been busy with your construction project? Tell me, when are you going to build yourself a mansion?
Don't get me started. I get angry just thinking about it.
So, what great building did our master architect work on this time?
Like I need to tell you. Keep your nose out of my business.
No, I think we deserve to know. Where were you when Sumeru needed you most?
I was in the desert for a large project, but considering Haravatat's utter ignorance of architectural and aesthetic matters, you probably wouldn't understand. Oh, which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man who doesn't understand the first thing about beauty and romance. Unlike a true... hold on, wait a second. What do you mean by when Sumeru needed me most?
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru from a crisis.
Ha! And you think I'd believe that?
Look, all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices have all been overthrown.
Huh? What nonsense are you talking about?
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one trying to apply for funding from the Grand Sage. Yours, though, on the other hand...
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying to me.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liu tend to stay a while, so it is where many things come to settle.
Hey, Alhaith!
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
We're running some errands for Nilu.
Letter?
Nilu said she sent out a letter.
If she addressed the letter to Alhaitham of the Academia, I've been busy these days, so I haven't had time to check for any new mail at my—
Have you always been—
Of course not. I'm only busy these days because several sages have been dismissed recently, and the whole Academia was practically turned upside down.
Kainari told us they all went to train in the Avidia Forest. Apparently—
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them. 4 of the 6 great sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god. In order to pull it off, they even imprisoned the other 2 rational sages. To imagine such things could take place in the Academia.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes. It's said that when the Academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools, each representing one of the 6 different types of wisdom. Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded. Only the 6 Darshans, attaching themselves to the 6 great schools, have stood the test of time and obtained permanent seats in the Academia. Now, the 6 Darshans are nearly synonymous with the 6 great schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6 great sages. Among the 6 great sages, there is one central leader, the Grand Sage. Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amorta remain now. They were imprisoned for opposing Azar, and were only rescued after Azar's downfall.
So who's managing things in the other 4 schools now? Do they need to find someone new?
Yes. Normally, new sages are selected based on a strict set of criteria.
Oh, didn't you just say something about becoming a sage? If they pick you, then we'd have a huge connection in Sumeru.
Yes, about that. You didn't let me finish my sentence. The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage in place of Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the Academia. But I refused.
How dare you?
Huh? But why? Ugh, can't you be a little more ambitious?
No.
I'm not even interested in being one of the 6 great sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a leader.
Oh, all right. So are you busy these days trying to find others to take the job?
That's not my job either. I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the Academia before the new sages take office. And the first thing I'll do is reject Kasharawar's application for funding.
By the way, who was that other person just now? Is he your friend?
Do we look like friends?
Paimon doesn't know. That's why Paimon's asking.
His name is Kaveh, my roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharawar scholars. Which is exactly why he always has so many problems.
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of Sumeru.
Such is the work of the Academia Scribe.
Well, anyway, no matter how busy you are. Since you are our planner, remember to attend the celebration feast in 2 days.
All right. I'll see you there.
Other story quest. Up ahead.
This is Port Ormos. Now where could you...
Is that Paimon I hear?
Huh?
Oh, it's been a while. How are you doing?
Dinnerzad! It's been so long since we've seen you!
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Elazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it.
Yeah!
That's right. My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying her for a walk.
Why do you still call me that, Dia? You've already informed my father of your resignation.
I guess I'm just used to calling you my lady. Old habits die hard.
Resignation? You mean you're quitting?
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much. It wouldn't be a problem if you wish to continue to be our bodyguard.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that by now, my lady. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you'd recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and chase that horizon.
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a bodyguard anymore?
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
Huh? But we literally just finished one of the most dangerous jobs ever! Are you getting bored already?
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. I guess I still get fired up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that I'm still a mercenary through and through. Life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation. But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumeru. And as a desert dweller, I'm still not completely ready to settle down on this side of the wall.
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that. I thought he was joking.
We just came from talking with Alhaitham.
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the academia?
What?
I heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Alhaitham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the academia, but only if I wanted to.
Whoa. Paimon can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
Me neither. But I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Ugh, forget about it. I wouldn't last 10 seconds in there. Alhaitham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight, so he suggested I find some work in the academia.
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a Matra, because you're super amazing!
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to live however I choose. In fact, I chose this job from the very start because I knew it'd be right up my alley.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all kinds of danger.
A lion has to return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar territory for me.
I don't want to see you go, but I'll respect your decision.
I'm glad to hear you say that. Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again. Once the whole Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. That makes me happy too. But a peaceful society will probably mean less demand for mercenaries like me. Before long, we'll be a dying breed. So I'd better get to work while I still can.
Huh? But wait a second! You make it sound like you're leaving now!
Well, no, not yet at least. I promised my lady I'd stick around until next week.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time? We were wondering if you had received a letter from Nilu.
Oh, did Nilu write to us?
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she sent the letter here.
Huh. It was probably sent to the inn that we're staying at. My lady has been very energetic lately, and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back, the receptionist is usually off napping on the job.
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is...
So what it really sounds like is that the person on...
I bet the letter's at the reception desk.
No wonder there wasn't a reply.
Sorry to make you
It must be something important for Nilu to
Yes, she said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and will also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. She was hoping you could come.
Great! I'll be sure to attend.
count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code?
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky.
All right, then this is how I'll show up.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't forget.
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us know. We'll see you there.
Oh, by the way, do you
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace.
Oh,
But last time we met, he mentioned that as for Raman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino. Don't mention it.
all right, I'm torn. Don't blink.
Yes.
It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. Ah, there's Sino.
What brings you here?
We recovered well, and Tainari agreed.
It seems Gandharvaville's medical treatment is still as good as ever.
And Tainari,
That's good to hear.
yeah, you're the one who brought us.
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skills, and Kale is quite attentive. It was the best place for you.
But why are you just standing?
I'm meeting some people.
Oh,
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. But you know one of the people I'm meeting as well.
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into trouble, Anita.
Raman!
Oh,
Oh, well,
Don't worry, these are...
I see.
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine after suddenly finding a new direction.
oh, tell
Yeah,
Alright, well, I've decided to leave the academia.
what?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar. But I have not completely given up on my relationship to knowledge either.
I can...
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
Wow, so
Sataria will return to support education here and teach people from the desert. She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru.
Yes. It's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people with the that is the true meaning of education and the spreading of knowledge.
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Ataria is more than welcome to come teach here. Her arrival is like a star shining in the desert night. The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from? I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed.
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize extraordinary actions that common people would easily overlook.
Sataria's idea will bring much good to many people.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the Academy, as you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control, and very few desert dwellers are as lucky as me. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts constantly bombarding. Sataria, you tread a treacherous path, and the longer you ignore it, Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
Miss.
These words sparked something in me, and I knew that I had to bring something back to my people after going home. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer at the Academia.
Azar has received much-needed punishment. Though, if you ask me, it may...
Lord Sino helped me obtain permission to leave the Academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the Eremites. My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and Rahman.
You're all doing so much for the desert.
Aside from that, I also have some other business to discuss with Sino.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I've done some business for her, and part of it required the assistance of the Eremites. I applied for a few batches of educational materials from the Academia, and sent them to several groups in the desert, as instructed by Lesser Lord Kusanali. I believe the people will make good use of them.
That's exactly what the people here need. Physical books and other related items. If it weren't for Sino and Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'm afraid we'd never be able to get our hands on them.
Apart from this, the Academia is also recruiting scholars that are willing to teach in the desert. I'll let you and Satarian know as soon as I have any more news. We must be persistent about this, and maintain these resources to ensure long-term effectiveness.
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimmer of hope. I think this may be the turning point for the desert. Remember these words. Here lies our faithful priest, Kasala. His wisdom is a miracle among the people, deserving of high praise and admiration. I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers. Then we'll once again see the wisdom and glory that once shook the world.
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss some business too?
No, not at all. We're actually here on behalf of Nilu. Nilu wanted to write to everyone, but she wasn't sure where the letters should be sent, so she asked us to come find everyone personally. A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the Grand Bazaar. She hopes that all of you will be able to attend. At the feast, we'll also be celebrating Sino's reinstatement as General Mahamatra. Although, judging from your appearance, it seems you've already been reinstated.
Celebration? Feast? It's the first I've heard.
Tainari was right. He really...
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like you'll have to be there.
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord Sino. You must not like feasts very much.
No, not really. But I'll go.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here.
I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Although the messages, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. But now I understand the beauty of your dance. It's like a light shining in the sky. You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was prohibited. Please keep dancing. And someday, I'll be able to appreciate your art in person.
Okay, we've got all that down. Our job here is complete as well.
Got it.
big day! Let's go to the grand... Everybody's already here! Looks like we're the last ones to arrive.
You're here.
Ah, there you are.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work. I'm very happy to see you here.
But we're not late, are we? It's just that everyone else arrived ahead of time.
I propose that the last one who arrived be...
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Oh, really?
Come join us over here. Let's share some great food and drinks, and chat about all sorts of fun things.
Everything looks quite good.
Wow! Paimon can't wait! Traveler, just look at all the delicious food here! Whoa! The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. And we have gifts that were sent by everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru, and wanted me to thank you all on their behalf.
Ah, feels kinda nice to be seen as a hero. I could get used to this.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job.
My lady
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive to—
We owe it to our abilities. And luck.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we hardly had—
That's how I remember it too.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team. Then, it took even more luck for us to formulate a plan and implement it successfully. Moreover, judging from the results, everything worked out well.
Yeah. It was almost like a performance. Everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's efforts, the performance was a great success. So, would you say we're good actors too? It's such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times, she's finally returned. Uh-huh. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. The Academia basically abandoned her because of it. This should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised.
No, everything you...
That's...
Something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew—
Even if those two giants of the Academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power for the people of Sumeru. If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it—
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his accomplices—
I respect our deity's decision. While we're on this topic, why didn't you accept the—
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be—
Not at all. But every person—
Why? Because he dethroned—
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound—
But seriously though,
I did have my own motive. But if the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it wouldn't be long until chaos ensued. I had no intention of letting their dreams disrupt my life.
By that, you mean your life working as the Academia's scribe.
Precisely.
Wait. So, that's the only reason?
It's reason and
You've certainly got quite the personality.
you flatter me.
All right then. How about you? You've already resumed work as.
That's right.
Will you be happy with that life?
It's not about being happy. There are merely a lot of things that I must do.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay?
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
I seldom participate in such lively gatherings. No, the Grand Bazaar is like that happiness. Oh well.
There you... Well, how is it? It's the first time I've ever... You see, every guest... Make sure you live it up tonight. I'm honored to have her think of me this way. I can't explain why.
The atmosphere here is good. I don't often have a lot to handle these days.
My lady, the grilled meat.
Yes, I also. What an amazing place.
You said it. Oh, look who else is here.
Hello. Oh, I'm so happy.
Hey, less of that polite
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop. Hey, you can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You wake up, of course. Just wait here. It's me. You may blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent. I was thinking about talking with you, and the next thing I knew, I had made a connection with you. The connection between us is amazing. It's like flora and the fence it grows upon. I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar. Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so I really haven't had any free time. Although you've already helped me with a lot. Please say thank you to everyone for me. But if I just what if I end up scaring them? Yes, I have. You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So... I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me. Everyone! Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring you the food. It's me. Huh?
Hold up.
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting.
No, of course not. Are you... Lesser Lord Kusanali? Hello, Nilu. You know who I am? Yes. I already know...
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
I took the liberty of occupying the traveler's body. Thank you so much for rescuing me. Even if that meant placing your own safety in peril, and taking the risk of becoming enemies with the Academia, the sages, the doctor, the balladeer, and even the entirety of Sumeru. Without you, without any of you, I would have been in a much more difficult situation. Had you not helped me to resolve the crisis, not only I, but Sumeru and even the entirety of Tevat would have suffered great misfortune.
People refer to you as the heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. It not only explains your identities, but also bears witness to your relationship with me. Please, allow me to present to you my most sincere gratitude.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I didn't even have a chance to do anything for you. You don't have to do this.
Dinyarzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for me. Thank you.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the right path.
You're an Archon, but you act so humble. You really don't need to be so polite with us.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan. I hoped you liked the dance I dedicated to you.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Are you awake? Did you rest well? After Nahida left, you ate a lot of food. You've become a glutton. That just means you still have a... Alright, since you're awake now, she should be in the Academia right...
Hello, Traveler and Paimon. What a fantastic night.
And so are we. And that's...
Is there anything you want to... After recent events, the Akasha can no longer function as it used to. I've given it some thought, but this is definitely not a bad thing. Even from the beginning, I've been planning to shut the Akasha's centralized administration of knowledge has always restrained people's curiosity and curtailed the number of paths available to them. I don't think this is good for Sumeru. Although people may initially feel a little uncomfortable with the loss of the Akasha, they will soon understand that this life is more suitable for them. And as for the future of Sumeru, I'm preparing to regain control of the Academia. The former sages have received their punishment, but the new sages have yet to be selected. I will oversee the process personally. I hope that the new 6 great sages will be more focused on academics. Sumeru needs such leaders more than ever. The other big issue is the people of King Deshret. All the residents of the desert, in fact. They have been mistreated for far too long. I've already taken some measures to address this. It will take some time to rebuild everything, but no matter if it's culture, friendship, or trust, we will rebuild it. You mean, what happened after the doctor put you to sleep? You guessed correctly. The top-ranked Fatui Harbingers, up to number 3, possess power comparable to that of gods. I was no match for him in that kind of situation. However, in spite of the bad situation, I still managed to make a fair deal with the doctor. I'm sure you remember the entity that changed your fate, the Heavenly Principles. In fact, the Heavenly Principles has been quiet since the Conria disaster 500 years ago. I used this point as leverage against the doctor. I told him that the Heavenly Principles may be awakened if I destroy the Gnosis. Although it was just a bluff, he still fell for it. I assumed that the Heavenly Principles wouldn't just stand by and let such extensive damage to its laws take place. And as for what I exchanged for the Gnosis, the exchange served as both punishment for the doctor, as well as a boon of new knowledge that I couldn't refuse as the God of Wisdom. He's still in a coma. I've hidden him like how one would hide a feather. I know you have many misgivings about him, but as someone who had become a god, he has retained a number of very useful features. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't do any evil. In addition, there are still some mysteries left in him. Some things may be very clear from my perspective, but he is still yet to understand them himself. His future will be determined by fate. Is that where you're headed next? Fontaine, the Nation of Justice? As far as I know, that nation operates in the judicial system.
Does their Archon personally judge people?
No, there's a Chief Justice in Fontaine. Generally speaking, the Hydra Archon, Focalor, won't preside over individual trials. However, even then, Focalor will still make herself present at just about every trial. It seems that she just likes to immerse herself in that sort of atmosphere. As Archon, she still reserves the right to influence the final verdict. Anyway, let's just say she's got, a very unique personality. Are you sure? Isn't there something else you haven't asked about yet? Huh? About your sister. While you were resting at Gandharvaville, I took some time to perform an Irminsul search for information on your sister.
Yeah! Isn't Irminsul a repository for all the information and memories of Teyvat? So there shouldn't be anything on him or his sister.
This is true in your case. Irminsul indeed does not have any information on you. However, there must be something different about your sister. Because, as it turns out, the world has recorded information on her after all.
What?
There is only one possible explanation. She belongs to this world.
But nothing about this makes any sense! Wasn't this your first trip to Teyvat?
According to the records I was able to access, your sibling suddenly appeared in Conria. After the Conria disaster, she began her journey through the 7 nations of Teyvat. But just as her journey was about to reach its conclusion, the Irminsul records on her suddenly become fuzzy.
What do you mean, fuzzy? Did something happen to her?
All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can know, is deliberately obfuscating her fate. And whoever it is, if they can do that, who knows what else they're capable of.
But even that wouldn't explain how she somehow comes from this world.
Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not classified your sibling as one of the Descenders.
What's a Descender? Paimon's never heard of it.
Look, I'm sure you must be curious about the information I received from the Fatui in return for my Gnosis, right? A very important part of the intel was about this world's Descenders. External beings, ones that don't belong to this world. Traveler, you are Teyvat's 4th Descender.
Huh? So the Fatui count 3 other Descenders before the Traveler? And his sister isn't even one of them?
That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first descender was likely what we now call the Heavenly Principles. As for the other descenders, I still need to verify their existence. It could take me some time.
Paimon's head's about to burst from all this crazy new information.
And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have a lot of unanswered questions. I must say, I truly regret that I can't help you more as the God of Wisdom. There are many questions in my heart as well. I will need some time to go through each one of them. And soon, you'll also begin your journey anew and depart from Sumeru. I'm very interested in your future. It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world. If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate.
Paimon's sure glad we got to meet you, Nahida.
The pleasure is all mine. I can't thank you enough. Alright, that's enough talk for today. If you ever miss me, just close your eyes, and maybe I'll appear in your dreams.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Since we first set foot on Inazuma, so many things have happened since then. Yeah, we've... Huh? Hey! What the heck was that for? Doesn't want to talk, huh? Alright, let's convince him to calm down a little.
Huh? So you don't? Seems like I've mistaken you for someone else.
At the very least, you should make sure you... No, wait! Even when you've got...
Have you ever met someone by the name of Kaedahara Kazu? He carries a sword just like you. I've also heard that he possesses... That's none of your business. Never mind. You don't look like you know anything anyway. I'm wasting my time.
What the heck is this guy's problem? Coming around... Well, one thing's for sure. No, right? Anyway, just to be on the safe... Oh? What kind of hunch? A special connection? Anyway, there's no time. Paimon heard that the Crux fleet is stocking up in Rito at the moment. Let's look for him.
You're looking for Kazuha too, huh? Guess he must have done something impressive. Well, we took the small vessels. If it's because of that battle on Nizuchi Beach, Captain Kazuha keeps to himself most.
Oh, so...
I've heard bits and pieces. Something about... is it really as big a deal as everyone's making it out? Really? Wow. He was called away earlier by some people from the Tenryoku. I thought they'd come to arrest him at first. Turns out...
Just a little while ago, this would have... Thank you! Guess we'll go pay a visit.
All right, then. I'll...
Huh? Don't blink! Hey! D! Higher, higher! Pants on fire! Incoming! With sword comes shadow! Speed of light! Hey!
Gather! Order guide you.
Incoming! For Rex Lapis! Don't blink! Nowhere to hide!
Should I report this to my superiors?
Quite a downpour. Nothing will get done until it clears. Let this be a lesson to those who yesterday said I'll do it tomorrow.
Solidify! I will have order!
With sword comes shadow. Incoming! Hey!
Can't run from death.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here is your reward. Ad Astra... booty.
Oh? It's you.
Greetings. We were just discussing the repealing of the Vision Hunt Decree. We invited Mr. Kaidahara here to extend a gesture of goodwill on behalf of the Shogunate. Your hard work has secured for us the agreeable state of affairs that we now enjoy. The Almighty Shogun has issued, the Tri-Commission has made the recommendation regarding the history of the Kaidahara clan. I trust that you're already somewhat informed? In short, there came a time when some of these bladesmiths revolted and fled to Snezhnaya. Both the Kaidahara and Kamisato clans were held We later learned that the whole misadventure had been secretly orchestrated by the Fatui. Considering Mr. Kaidahara has once more made an outstanding contribution to Inazuma, the Almighty Shogun believes in the interest of preventing further harassment of the bladesmith clans by the Fatui, we chose not to publicly release the findings of our...
This is a true honor. I am delighted to be in a position to... However, would I be correct to assume that this magnanimous...
I can assure you that nothing could be further from the truth. We seek only to correct a past injustice. With the Kaidahara clan's you will be able to lead a safe...
I have grown accustomed, yet my ancestor...
I sense him hesitate. Should you accept this offer?
Malicious rumor?
Well, to some, the Muso no Hitotachi is something that can never be defeated. They can also... Eyewitnesses saw him using the power of Electro in addition to that of Animo. As a result, the...
What? But...
That is correct. However, to some...
This is just one of many similar rumors. But perhaps if the Shogunate is willing to publicly support me, this
is precisely why I...
In fact, let us put this discussion on hold for the moment. Well then.
Yikes! We nearly...
Why would such a dangerous individual be looking for me? No. My fighting forms were taught to me by my family, based on techniques originally developed for blade testing. Over time, those forms are quite...
All the more reason to what?
Indeed. He sounds...
In that case, I will send some men...
Thank you. I must say, I am now very curious about this matter. I will first join the Traveler and
Very well. Please stay safe.
Come on. Let's go and track down your aggressor.
The detective agency knows the most about what... Let's see what Ryuji has to say.
Aha! So this is the renowned...
You are too kind.
Oh? Mr. Kaidehara, to be honest with you, our detective agency has recently been receiving many. Some of them were offering us millions of mora just...
Millions?
Please, accept my...
Of course. No matter what... Sorry, I got a little off topic, but I wouldn't know where to begin if...
Then let's put that connection. The Tenryou Commission had very few...
It's true that the commissioners are... If anyone had been out there attacking people, that would...
Uh-oh. Looks like the trails are...
I still find it difficult to believe that few people possess your prowess in battle. So unless you were the... I am well aware it would cause me great for the poor victim. This would be a completely senseless crime.
Don't worry.
It seems you are every bit the selfless hero that...
You flatter me.
You are much... Oh, let me tell you about it.
Sure.
All right, then. Recently, one of them is a pretty well-known collector.
Amenoma.
Right. You two grown men going... I recalled this because...
Understood. Though it seems...
Sure. Can't...
Thank you, Ryuji. We'll start by making some inquiries at the Amenoma smithy.
Sounds good. All the best with your investigation. I'll get moving shortly myself.
Welcome to Bonton Sanga Detective Agency. What will you have me solve?
We haven't been to the Yai Publishing House in a while. Paimon wonders if they have any new books in.
Come on, this is a no-brainer, man. There's only one...
But the exam's next...
it's just an exam.
What are they arguing about? It's quite a spirited
Huh? You need but stand on this land at midnight. Lower your head.
Looks like you guys really aren't in the loop.
This...
A wish ritual, right?
It's this guy called Kunihiko. I heard it directly from him. He used this wishing ritual.
His whole bed was filled with... Wow!
Of course, I'm sure whether you believe it or not, it's not exactly a difficult... If you're still feeling skeptical...
Really? Well, come on! Well, if it really is true, then just think of all the more...
Ah,
If it isn't...
Yes. The Kaedahara and Amenoma clans were both members of the... After I returned to Inazuma, I visit... let me quickly explain. The Raiden Gokuden, the techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed. Unfortunately, a series of events...
It is a great...
Yes. The Kaedahara after I returned to Inazuma. Let me quickly... The techniques of blade making were personally bequeathed to the Raiden Gokuden by the... Unfortunately, a series of events...
It is a great pity indeed. As an example, there is nothing mystical to... As for the art of the...
That's right. For only a blade...
Indeed. You are, without a doubt, the most worthy wielder of an Ishin blade.
You overestimate me. But let's get back on topic. We hope to assist with the investigation.
Yes. He didn't say a word before, but I've done what I can so far.
We heard that there was a collector.
Yes. On the morning, I believe he went to collect the item from Mr. Nagato. Yes. Strange, isn't it? If I had to guess, he's never been He is
Truth be told, based on the evidence we have gathered so...
What? No. He is humble and kind. Yes. If there's one thing I can say for certain, but... With that said, I also cannot know what course of action he might be capable of if coerced, or... Anyway, should you find him, please let me know as soon as possible.
Don't worry. You have our word.
From the sound of that, Paimon doesn't think Yuya was the one who attacked us.
Yes. It sounds as if something happened when the two men met each other. Let's pay a visit to the Naga...
I'm very sorry. My husband has...
No, you misunderstand.
I'm sorry you have to...
I'm afraid we don't have any new information. With this in mind, can we perhaps...
He'd always get so... Everything was fine when we first got married.
Uh-oh.
He lost his sense of restraint. Our expenses really spiraled out of control when he started getting interested in weapons. It was off. He wouldn't sell them, wouldn't even touch them. I'm happy he has a hobby, and I'm willing to support him. On the last day that I saw him, I gave him an ultimatum.
Whoa!
And that led to an...
Actually, it didn't. Generally, you must understand, I never would have dreamed of threatening him with... After I said those words, he froze and was silent for... His voice was so meek and pitiful that I felt an urge to take everything back. But then what? If I didn't draw the line, what would happen to our family? Had I not indulged his and I also don't know if he had actually come to his sense. The next thing I heard was that our warehouse had caught fire.
I see. Amenoma Yuya came to purchase a...
At first, I assumed, but my husband has never been one to negotiate. He never even haggles when he's out buying groceries, so it's hard to... I don't know. Perhaps he's too afraid to come home, now that all his collectibles have been lost in the fire. And he's got no way to pay off our debts. Even though as long as he's willing to turn over a new leaf...
Please don't get upset. If collecting things is a habit that Mr. Nagato had his whole life, but the information we gathered from the other side suggests Amenoma Yuya is also a mild-mannered man who...
A little confused.
Let's try a change of scenery. Rest assured, we'll...
Thank you.
Based on the information we've gathered so far, I can only surmise that the fire at the warehouse likely... Do you have any thoughts?
Nope, never mind. Paimon's brain needs to rest for a while. Over to you.
Right. I very much agree with you. Working off what we know so far, the chances are that there are still some clues left for us to discover. One fact that I keep coming back to is Mr. Nagato being heavily... The more I ponder it, the more right. Amenoma Yuya lacks a key distinguishing feature of the attacker.
Darn!
Let's keep going. If we can solve the case, both Mr. Amenoma and Mrs. Nagato will be able...
Okay, but...
Let's head out of the city and check out the warehouse. Wait. I hear something off.
Oh! This must be another one of those, as sketchy as that whole thing seems. You did put it...
Now I'm picking up a strong...
But there's nothing here.
It's gone now. But it felt very much like that ancient presence in Inazuma. Indeed. But we should remain vigilant.
So it's an under...
The force is definitely the source of the Tatarigami, judging from the concentration.
Mrs. Nagato said her husband...
It could well be that he was already... From what I've been told. But most will develop us. Mr. Nagato had an interest in collecting to begin with. The influence...
so what...
Step back. I'll open the door and take a look in. If we don't open this door, we can move no... You needn't worry.
What's down there?
Everything's buried in debris. I can't see anything. It looks like the fire caused a cave-in, reducing the entire warehouse to rubble.
That was too scary.
All we can do now is keep searching in the two ordinary humans, entangled with the Tatarigami. Yes, let's go. Quiet your mind. From this point, the trail appears to split. The main source of the Tatarigami energy continued on into the distance.
Whoa! Look at all those hilly churls! They're acting really strangely.
Something seems to be drawing their attention. Let's take a closer look.
Cross over! Go!
This is order. Gather!
By the looks of it, a letter. Well... According to this letter, a conflict arose because Yuya started the fire that destroyed the warehouse and wounded Mr. Nagato in the fight. Mr. Nagato kept chase as long as he could.
So...
He was not only mortally wounded, but also under the heavy influence of Tatarigami. Whatever traces there may have been of his fate beyond after this point, they've since been disturbed by the hilly churls. Yes. Right now, if Amenoma Yuya is attacking other people indiscriminately...
Right! So let's get moving!
I wouldn't be surprised if he, too, fell prey to the influence of the Tatarigami. For a practitioner of the martial arts, the easiest, all the clues that at first seemed I have a hypothesis that if... I believe so. But it's on with the search. We must...
Why here?
I'm not sure. Show yourself!
Kaede Harakazuha. It's you, at last.
Aha! So what's your problem, huh?
Indeed, there should be no enmity between us. But what if instead of facing Ame no Mayuya, we are in fact facing the blade in his hand?
Now that you mention it... Whoa! Sure!
Tatarigami energy often lodges itself. The blade has resided in Mr. Nagato's warehouse for many years. Or rather, as a means to occupy Ame no Mayuya's body.
You're sharper than I thought. Many, many years ago, I was as a descendant of the Kaedehara clan. You should be able to guess our greatest.
I presume it has something to do with the Raiden Go.
Indeed. At that point in time, he was a bladesmith of great renown. And sure enough, in the end, he achieved what he had set out to do. He not only bestowed upon me the greatest of strength, but also endowed me with a consciousness of my own. In her conceit, the Raiden Shogun lost not only the single most perfect blade in the entire world, but also an irreplaceable achievement in the art of blade forging.
So... swords?
The people of the time in which I was born never believed I had that kind of power. After the death of my creator, I decided to leave Snezhnaya and began my long quest to return to the distant land of... I seek but one thing. To face the full force of the Raiden Shogun's blade and prove my power. The might of Ishin art!
So Amenome, tell me, what happens to those you...
My hosts? Who cares what happens when they got tired, or injured, or unusable? I hopped to the next one in line. After I returned to Inazuma, I decided to bide my time in Nagato's at long last. I'm approaching my journey's destination. Kaede Harakazuha, you stood against the Raiden Shogun's Muso no Hitotachi. There can be no other to serve as my host for what is to come. Now, give your body over to me!
I will have order. Stabilize.
Nowhere to hide.
No touching!
Submit to me!
Into the wind! Clouds high. The birds call!
Do not stand in my way.
Your bluff's fooling no one!
Lost. I can never lose. It is this body, even if you defeat me here. The one he is but a puppet that can be replaced. I can take a new vessel at will. The end result is the same. And even if I were to lose my physical form by any means necessary.
Your fighting style. But from your movements, I sense only hatred and arrogance, as well as a...
Really? You could...
As I've mentioned before, Since the blade is currently possessing Aminoma Yuya's, if you ask me, the mania is probably due to your desperate
Are you trying to claim that I am helpless with... On his deathbed, he passed to me all of Ishin Art's secrets. The little... In that regard, why would...
Because all of that is in the past. I've been wondering why you've not caused more trouble in all the years that you've been in Inazuma. Now that I've seen inside your mind, everything fine. After all the time that's passed, you have grown weak.
Oh, that's right. Paimon remembers now.
Only when Mr. Nagato witnessed his wife's distress and decided to sell his collectibles did you finally... Well, that brings me to my You were determined to fulfill your maker's ambition, whatever the cost. I think you realized your limitations long ago. But the way I see it...
What would you know about any of this?
You returned to Inazuma to prove the unparalleled brilliance of Ishin art. Even if you were to sever that divine light, is this truly the outcome that your maker would have desired? Sure, you inherited the secrets of Ishin art. But even as you made your journey to honor this legacy, you treated the ones who wielded you as mere tools to do your bidding. How could you possibly unleash the full potential of Ishin art when you act in perfect discordance with the principle of harmony between a blade and its bearer?
Silence! I must achieve my goal. I will concede that you are most perceptive.
And you should face reality.
Easy for you to say. I have no need of anything that would stand in my way. Not hesitate. It is pointless to argue further, descendant of the Kaedahara clan.
How stubbornly you... I do not believe for a second that you can challenge the...
What? Sure.
Very well. Then find yourself some enemies with whom, once we have dealt with them...
And as for your end of the bargain, if you lose...
Don't do this, Kazuha!
This is the only way to... The Cursed Blade's strength is currently very weak. And the power of the Tatarigami lies in intensifying existing...
But...
Even if things take we have a chance here to save an innocent victim.
Your disdain for me betrays your woeful ignorance now.
Kazuha?
I felt a little dizzy at first, but it's all right. So far, this was as I expected. I will.
What should we do next?
We find some enemy. Although this blade has endured much turmoil, if a blade built for Ishin art cannot enter a state of harm if he wants to avoid reality, then we need to fight until he has no...
Wait a minute! Since the Takasukasa clan abandoned that secret base...
all right.
What about Aminoma Yuya?
The blade says he'll let Aminoma Yuya trail us silently. Although...
Are we sure this is a good... Okay, fine.
Give me a moment to compose myself.
Just what will we come across this time?
Give me a moment to compose myself.
Leave everything on this journey to me. As one with wind and cloud! Into the wind! Time to go!
How are you feeling?
I'm all right. The blade is, though he's making every effort to persevere.
Something else?
How strange. Let's keep go. Time to go.
It's my lucky day. How's this?
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! One with nature! The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud!
Whoa! Something's up with the blade.
I can sense that his strength is slowly fading away. He cannot hold out much longer. If he...
But what would that...
I will be careful with it. He's still trying... Time to go. The wind knows me. One with nature. Oh. Clouds hide. The birds call. Into the wind.
Are you okay?
Yes.
The sheen's grown a bit different.
Perhaps this time we'll finally...
True form? What are you talking? Is this the same blade as before? It looks like a piece of chip.
If you choose to continue in the state you're in, you would... Maybe you did truly wield power to rival the Shogun's light when first forged. But the long journey from... It barely needs stating anymore. Your ambition is a flight of fancy. I finally figured out why it was that you agreed to my bet. You wanted to reach a state of harmony with me. But regrettably, we are nothing alike. The only one who truly understood you.
Huh?
Here they are! Take them down!
Where do they keep coming from? Yup, we can help this.
Don't worry. It's just more of the same. The wind knows me. Time to go. Into the wind. One with nature. Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
You fought way better with your own sword.
You are a true Kaedehara in flesh and in... No one knew anything of my story throughout my... I thought that if I could achieve Ishin harmony with you...
But in this too, you have...
Indeed. No matter how hard, too much time has passed. My physical state is poor, and yours is the blade that took on the Muso no Hitotachi.
Actually, this is just a generic blade that I picked up during my travels in Liyue. Forging and maintenance are both in... This blade has traveled the land with me for many years. Skill, blade, determination, and desire. There is something else I must tell you. Though your maker may not have been aware, your Tatarigami is a malevolence from the ancient past. Though you tried to cooperate with me while I was wielding you, I resisted its temptations because I wanted to say I feel a great sense of regret the moment you embarked on this journey. You have known this for a long time.
He gave me How could I possibly deny him his wish? I said to him...
Aww.
I believe our bet is now settled.
Where are you going, Kazuha?
He now has neither the ability nor the motivation to... When I touched the hilt for the first time, it's as if I was transported to a strange dimension. It was somewhere I've never been. A bladesmith lay quietly on the bed, his frail face barely visible under the moonlight. His breaths were weak, and his life near its end. A newly forged blade lay by his side, listening attentively to his final words.
Wow.
Indeed. He spent the rest of his life in the forge, not to vent his frustration and hatred, but he felt intense regret at being tricked by the Fatui, but he could never again return to his homeland. His soul wished, so he instructed this sentient blade to find a way back to Inazuma. No matter how long, all he wanted to show was that they once shone...
So that's the truth, but after that, the blacksmith...
Right. I believe the bladesmith might never have known that the power he worked with was that of the Tatarigami. The hatred within that power, this blade has committed unforgivable atrocities, but only because... Yes, time would not wait or stop. He seems to have calmed down.
When I once told him that I would put darkness and slaughter. Not only did I fail to fulfill...
You are finally seeing reality clearly.
Since we agreed to the terms of the... But I still cannot bring... So...
Hey! Now you're at...
It has to be done in this order. At least my physical form, as well as the knowledge I possess, should...
His attitude has... What do you think, Kazuha?
Let's hear it.
Thank you all. Alas, after that, nor have I ever had... My fights were devoid of any... You are a fine warrior.
Oh?
I will release Amenoma Yuya and restore his You must have plenty of reasons to both...
Understood. Then...
I see. I utterly despise him and his actions. But since he stayed, if a duel can help to set this state, I do not wish to be a mere...
There's no need to worry.
Thanks for your help.
All right, then let's move on. More Ronin could appear at any moment. In any case, for a final duel...
This reminds Paimon a bit of the crux. Yep, we still can't still. Are you ready?
Ready? Okay. All right then. Successor of Ishin art, Kaedahara Kazuha.
Successor of Amenoma art, Amenome Yuya.
Honored to cross blades with you.
It is my honor also.
That hurt! The wind knows me. Into the wind. Time to go. One with nature. as one with wind and cloud. The wind knows me. Into the wind. Wind Strider. The wind knows me.
Thank you for the experience. Although he appears battered and broken, his sense of savage cruelty has completely faded away. But that same sense of determination remains.
You also fought well. There are a few things that I shall leave him.
I must apologize to you.
You need not seek my forgiveness. It is too late for all of that.
I do not wish for forgiveness. I only hope that you will see my transgression. I strayed far from the straight and narrow path, but the Ishin art still has a worthy I beseech you, please understand this.
Yes, I too.
Thank you, successor of Amenoma art.
This blade has also told me that he has another wish. Maybe we can go back there to get...
What does he want to go...
I'm not sure.
Is a little hard to memorize.
Shrine.
Oh, it's you.
I am sorry to have troubled you.
A prized Ishin blade. Consider, but I have some good news as well.
Really?
Yes. Badly wounded, and now that Yuya is back, it's...
I think I know what you want to do.
What's wrong, Kazuha? Is the...
Yes. He said he wants to take control of...
What? No way!
He tells me that he's thought of another way to fulfill his maker's wish. I have decided...
But... He...
Thank you. Okay. I am ready. Let us begin. Please, stay true to your promise.
My power is almost spent. Without him, my eventual demise is inevitable. But if I abandon the future to give everything I have in this moment, my physical form can be forged anew.
Everything? You mean...
Yes. The cost is my entire consciousness. You were right. There's nothing that I can accomplish now. But there's still a chance for Ishin art. Once remade, I will be a valuable resource for your studies. Ishin lives on, and its finest hour is yet to come. Even if I am not the one to prove its might to the Shogun, as long as it is an Ishin blade, crafted by Kaedehara hands, it will still fulfill his final wish. Thank you, son of the Kaedehara clan. Over the years, my real name has been forgotten by all. I'm ashamed to utter it, yet it remains strong in my mind. Kagotsurube Ishin. This name is now yours to keep.
Rest in peace.
So, that's why his consciousness will disappear from...
Kagotsurube Ishin. It seems like deep down he disapproved of his own only in the final moments before him.
Seems like he really...
The same fervent ambition that gave him the motivation to keep going forward also fueled the stubborn determination that blinded him to the path ahead. Speaking for myself, I'd rather see him recognize and atone for his mistakes than see him punished for them. I understand. Perhaps this is a flaw in my personality. Hearing his wish to rival the divine light touched something inside of me. Just as the sight of those who fought to repeal the Vision Hunt decree did. Your quest to face the gods and trace your sibling inspires me in the same way. After everything I've seen, perhaps these pursuits fascinate me a little more than they should. I will continue to support you from this point on. Know that you will have my assistance whenever you need it.
Wait! Shouldn't we also go update Kujo Kamaji?
Oh, you're right. And it's also time to give him a response.
You've returned. I hear that the issue has been resolved. Though this was a treacherous investigation, and the Tenryou Commission has already attended to the danger at the warehouse.
Wow, you should—
Then we needn't recount all the details again. Now, as to your earlier offer, I wish to give you my answer. Please, take a look at this blade.
What's this?
Kagotsurube Ishin. A weapon crafted using a long-lost blade forging art of the Kaidahara clan. By means of a series of fortuitous events, I was able to recover and restore him. I also promised him that I will continue to study and pass on the secrets of Ishin art. And so, it looks like I will likely continue with my journey across the nations, learning more about this blade as I go.
I see.
The Kaidahara clan has always been a family of bladesmiths, so it is only proper for me to continue on this path. Were I to accept your goodwill, I may find myself embroiled in conflicts between the shogunate and Sangonomiya. That would not suit me.
You misunderstand.
I am aware, but I still
Very well, I can understand. However, if you should ever change your mind or find yourself in need of the shogunate's assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Great. Thank you for your generosity.
Where will you travel to?
As for my next destination, let's see where the wind takes me.
You must have a whole bunch of questions after our last conversation with Nahida. Paimon was ready to ask her a million more questions, but didn't want to seem too pushy. Like, about these descenders. So, does that just mean people like you who come traveling to Teyvat from someplace else? And as for your sister... Whew, so many questions. Let's go find Nahida and see what else we can find out.
Huh? Wait, you're that blonde traveler who's on a journey to all corners.
Who's asking? Do you...
You bet I do. I was worried I wouldn't. He was a crafty fellow.
Well, we are always on the... So,
He just wrote...
What? So the address...
Yeah, exactly, right? And if I failed to deliver... Really, he got me good. I count myself very lucky that I ran into you here. Of course, here it is.
Come on! Kaya, huh? So he's here in Sumeru. From what he wrote in the letter, it looked... Or maybe he's... yeah, the letter says that he hangs out at Jafar Tavern every afternoon.
Where do you want to go?
Kaya should be at Jafar Tavern right now. Let's go see him.
I'll have something I haven't tried yet, boss.
Sorry, sir. I'm afraid you've already tried every type of liquor we serve.
Oh? Well then, just the bill, please. That's just as well, I suppose. I do have other matters to attend to.
Kaya, you're really here! Paimon half...
Hey, Paimon, traveler. Looks like the gods smile upon me after all. And come now, I wouldn't joke about wanting to see my good friends.
Wait a second. You must be here on official business, right? What do you think you're...
Not at all. The acting Grand Master positively terrifies me. Why would I ever do anything that might displease her? The truth is, I'm in Sumeru to learn about the alcohol industry here. So despite how it might look, I'm actually at Jafar Tavern for strictly business purposes. Sumeru's spices are famous the world over, and it's long been rumored that this fine establishment was where a certain very popular spiced cocktail was invented. That's why the knights sent me, their foremost expert in alcoholic beverages, to come and see if it is as good as the rumors say.
And how did...
So far, so good. I'm already...
Yeah, that does sound like a great business opportunity.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Whether this lucrative opportunity gets passed along to Dawn Winery or not depends on how nice I'm feeling.
Hey! Using your job to settle personal grievances isn't very knightly, Captain!
Oh? What makes you say that? Very sharp of you. I wouldn't say I'm familiar, though. I just came here on the sly once, when I was very young.
And?
Do I have to? When I said we could talk about the old times, digging up my past wasn't exactly what I had in mind. Well, all right, since you're so interested. Like I said, I was very young then. Dawn Winery had only just taken me in. I overheard my adoptive father talk about sending a team of merchants to Sumeru during a business meeting. I'm sure you'll agree that everyone's curious about their roots on some level. And my roots? They're in Conria, which is said to have been located deep underground, somewhere near Sumeru. And so I stowed myself away amidst the cargo, and silently joined the merchant delegation on their trip to Sumeru. But it wasn't long before the merchant delegation received news that I'd gone missing. Their leader promptly found me, and before I knew it, my adoptive father was dragging me back home by the ear. It was a short-lived adventure. Sorry I don't have a more thrilling story for you. Honestly, not much. The only reason I knew that Conria was near Sumeru is because I happened to read that in a book when I was young. My life had less and less to do with Conria as I grew up, and so I started caring less as well. I used to believe that I had inherited some sort of duty from my father, but then I began to wonder. Maybe my father left me in the peaceful land of Mondstadt for no other reason than simply to keep me alive, as well as ensuring that I'd be safely cut off from certain things. The thought that I might be able to actually live a happy life there must have been the icing on the cake. This is obviously all speculation. Simply put, I'm afraid that I'm not particularly in the know on this topic. These days, my surname, Alberich, is probably the only link to Conria that I have left.
One death afternoon, please, boss. Tell me, what do you know about the significance of that name, Alberich? Dainsleif?
Ah, you've decided to join us. I was wondering how long you planned on listening in. I believe I've seen you before in Mondstadt. Dainsleif, if I'm not mistaken.
So you remember me. Then we are already acquainted, Kaya Alberich, descendant of the Abyss Order's founder.
Huh?
What? I take it that you weren't aware of this until now, Kaya. Or you wouldn't have been so forthcoming with your surname.
Oh my. That's quite a lot of baggage for a surname, isn't it? Though I must say, it does confirm an old suspicion of mine. I suppose that was why my father left me in Mondstadt after all.
I'm surprised that you take me at my word without the faintest hint of skepticism.
Well, perhaps what you told me just happens to answer some questions I carry in my memories. And in any case, I recognize your eyes. You're a pure-blood Conrian, aren't you?
Very clever. Forgive me for being direct, but I sincerely hope this new knowledge doesn't change anything. If you've already let go of your ties to the past, then keep it that way. Kaya, you're not involved with the Abyss Order in any way, are you?
Hey, hold on now. This conversation has taken a rather sudden turn for the deadly serious. And I'm afraid that as someone from Mondstadt, I'm not accustomed to this sort of atmosphere. So what if I know my ancestry? Do I strike you as the type who would be bound by that kind of thing? Relax. I'll be just as delighted to hunt down the Abyss Order tomorrow as I have always been. Either way, looks like we're out of time. I've got a spice merchant to meet in a minute, so I'll leave the three of you to carry on the conversation without me.
Well...
See you around. And Dainsleif, no need to listen in from the sidelines next time we meet. Let me buy you a drink.
Hmm. You don't really trust him, do you, Dane? The fact is, I still do not know him well. It would be meaningless for me to jump to conclusions. But can a person truly be unaffected by their ancestry? This remains to be seen. Well, I suspect that they call your sister their princess, precisely because there is a succession of sorts. Oh, so if she was the founder, she'd be the queen, right?
I mean to investigate the Loom of Fate. Do you remember that name?
Yeah, the Abyss Order's evil plan! We learned about that back in Mondstadt.
Not new. Not exactly. My memories suffer from erosion. But while I was recovering my health recently, I suddenly remembered something. Your sister. She mentioned the Loom of Fate back when we traveled together. Apparently so. I was also quite surprised when these memories tallied up. I recall that we were traveling to Sumeru when the matter was brought up.
So, you're going to the play...
Correct. At that time...
Well, what are we waiting...
No. Now is not the time. No, I'm still waiting for my drink.
Seriously? Wait. This place, it's familiar. What about it? It looks pretty normal to Paimon. Was it like this hundreds of years ago too? Yes. The forest has barely changed from how I remember it. There is very little human activity here after all. Let's search the area and see what we can find. Is this a field? It must belong to whoever owns that house over there. But it looks like it's been abandoned for a long time. You could be forgiven for thinking nothing was ever grown here. It's an extinguished bonfire. Looks like it's been ages since it was last lit. Nothing else stands out in this area. Wait, we're just gonna go... Unlikely. There are no signs of life in this... If you... Huh. So there really isn't anyone... Hey, look! It's a book! Can't you smell it? Oh, so it's a medicine ball? There's a box over here. Why don't we open it? And by we, Paimon means you. Paimon's just scared that whatever's inside might bite... Huh? This is... it's broken, too. Was this a makeup box? That... This bed looks pretty. What sort of person would want to live here? Doesn't look like there's anything... My memories are quite foggy, but we'll exhaust ourselves if we search aimlessly. Noises? It's not much. Monsters? Wow, Dane's ears are sharp, just like his nose. He's in surprisingly good shape for a 500-year-old. Although for someone who's as full of surprises as Dane, it's hardly a big deal. Anyway, let's beat up these monsters!
Cut to the chase.
I doubt that the appearance of those monsters was wholly random. A ley line anomaly, perhaps. Okay. I'll go slightly further out to investigate any issues with the nearby... What? You're going alone? Your suspicions are as banal as they are unwarranted. Not to mention that if even forest rangers are capable of investigating ley lines... Fair enough. Good thing there's a bonfire over there. Your cooking is as good as ever. Even if there was no other reason, the food alone would be enough for Paimon to stick with you. Changing the subject. So... Don't take this the wrong way or anything. Okay, fine. So, the stars? Wow. Yeah, Paimon understands. Being separated without even knowing the reason why, it's just terrible. But we'll find the truth together. Sure as Paimon's your guide. Just you wait, Heavenly Principles! And you too, Teyvat! You know what? We've talked too long about this sad stuff. Let's talk about something... Alright. It's getting dark, so why don't you rest? Paimon will... Oh, come on! Don't say that! Paimon just... Nighty-night.
Hey, time to wake up. The sun has risen. What a deep sleeper. Tear stain. All right. Rest.
Huh? Phew. Huh?
Halt! What? This place is not whatever you your travel companion. Your companion. What business is that of yours, All you need to know. Do I make myself quite clear? Leave. Well, what are you waiting for? I've been observing. Still, I'm warning you. No. Okay. Fine. You... Oh, go on then. But no overreacting to anything you see in here. Oh, come on then. Mind your own business. How could he be? He was too young for anything, so don't you lay a finger on him. Just find yourself a corner to rest if you're tired. Huh? You know Conria? Who are you? Do you worship a god, traveler? Sounds like you've had an eventful life. All right, well... I apologize for my earlier hostility, but you must understand, and all who place faith in the gods are my enemies. That may be, but this wretched curse of immortality... The curse... We lost our home, our loved ones, everything. The agony of the cataclysm itself was already too much to bear, but then came the curse, robbing us any chance of release. All we can do is watch helplessly as our souls erode and our bodies decay. Because, although Conria began with a single bloodline, it was a home to others too. Any who forsook their gods and came to Conria were welcomed as our fellow citizens. When the cataclysm came, we pure-blood Conrians were declared the greater sinners. Upon us the gods placed the curse of immortality. But those whose ancestry belonged to the domains of other gods were punished with the curse of the wilderness as they fled, turning them into monsters. He is Caribert, my illegitimate son. How times have changed. I can say that out loud with no consequence now, but... it was once a matter of unspeakable shame. I was a noble of Conria. I resented the life that my family had arranged for me. Then, one day, I met a beautiful woman amongst the people Her roots were in Mondstadt, but that mattered not to me. It was love at first sight. Kari Bear faced great hardship from the very moment of his birth. All due to my selfish desires, and I was never able to be there by his side for any of it. After all that, he turned into a hilly troll right before my very eyes. I always owed him much, and now at least I can finally be close to him. She was. We were separated. I do not wish to dwell on it. It could be worse. I suffer the pain of loss because and now that I have lost almost everything, the little that remains I see with new clarity. If nothing else, at least I still have Kari Bear. Yes, that reminds me. I only returned here to check on Kari Bear, but I do have other things I wish to do. Over here. I'm sure you're wondering. Well, it's because one witch will help him to recover his clarity of mind. I do not hope to break the curse. I am well aware of my powerlessness against the punishment of the gods. But it is said that this medicine is imbued with the power of Sumeru's god of wisdom and can awaken the mind from a state of deep stupor. It has been used in the past to treat cases of mania. I believe that it might just work. I read about it in a book. From the Royal Library of Conria. It was banned. I mean, since this medicine requires the power of the Seven to work. In my youth, I disliked the life of nobility and craved excitement. I was leafing through some forbidden text and happened upon it. The gods have already punished us. What does one more sin matter now? Never mind. As it happens, my hands don't have the dexterity. Okay. Also, do you have any, of Sumeru's regional specialties on hand? Oh, wonderful! This is the method for... Is it done? In all honesty, well, the moment... No! I said before that this... Which means... we must pay a visit to a statue of the Seven. Let's go. God of wisdom, I will... You and your kind destroy you. You cannot mock me more than fate itself already has. God of wisdom, I seek not to disavow myself of the sinful blood that flows through my veins. I wish only to beseech you to have pity upon a young and unfortunate soul, my son, Caribert. He was turned into a monster before he had the chance to witness anything beautiful in this world. This is no fate for a child. If everything the gods have done was in order to have the impious people of Conria bow their heads, then I bow to you now. I have given up all I ever stood for. All I ask is for a tiny miracle. For Caribert to see this world once more. Please, God! I beg of you. I have made quite enough of a fool of myself for one day. Let's go. Caribert? Well, we've prepared the medicine. We might as well try it. Caribert, it's me. It's your father. Caribert. Caribert, please, say something. I'm sorry I couldn't be at your side when you were born. And that I failed to reach you and Mama in time when you both were suffering. But I'm here now. Papa's been by your side all these years. I've never left you, not once. Are you still angry with me, Caribert? I know you're awake now. Do you not want to talk to me? I'm so sorry, Caribert. Forgive me. Please, say something, anything. Please. Please! Oh, gods above! What more do you want from me? You took everything from here, and I still bowed to you. I'd give you my very life if only you cared to take it. But you won't even let me die. I knew it. I should never have trusted anything that had to do with the gods. I was just deluding myself. The gods of this world have never stood with humanity, not even for a moment. Other reasons. What do you mean? Huh? You really think so? Give up? No, never. And yes, you're right. I cannot let myself wallow in despair. Even if I must stay here with him for 50 years, 100. What difference does it make? I do not lack for time. Let's go. The most crucial ingredient in this medicine is the unusual... I grow. The details don't matter, right? There is a waterfall near the statue I prayed at. I'll be here, watching Caribert. Good. you're back. Carabear's condition is stable. By which I mean Anyway. I need you to stand guard here for a while. Whatever you do. Ah, good.
This is order.
Think you can get away? Higher, higher, hands on fire! Don't blink, nowhere to hide. Yeah. Speed of light, hey! Yeah! Don't blink!
What happened? Was it monsters? Oh, thank goodness you were here. Oh, yes, I've got the Next, we pick the mushrooms and repeat the same steps as before to make another dose. Oh, sorry. I have been so very wary for many years. If only I could fall asleep here in this field and never wake up again. I do indeed. That's why it was just a fleeting thought. We're here. Wait a moment. Hey, what was that? Carabear! Oh no, he must have left. Come on! That's not right. Carabear's scarf was my eyes must be go. Yes, yes. Did it go in here? Well, let's head in. What a ghastly place. Has it always existed? I swear I've never noticed it before. Huh. It looks like they're, worshipping. Sometimes walking, sometimes kneeling in worship, and it appears to be in earnest. I've never seen anything like... Oh, there's only...
Order guide you.
Is this a teleportation device? What energy is powering it?
Incoming! Hey!
This is order.
I'll protect us. Phew.
Gather!
Speed of light! Cut to the chase!
Stabilize!
Don't blink! Hey! Yeah!
How did I get on the ceiling? Did the room turn upside down? Or gravity itself? It seems like I need to find a place to insert the rune.
Halt, humans! Fate has not granted you the right to enter this place. Do you insist on an audience? Very well. Then I grant you the trial of destiny. Desolation!
Solidify! I will have order!
Cross over! Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Go!
Gather!
Speed of light! Hey! Cut to the chase!
Solidify!
Who was that? He was a perfect being. I'm in awe. He had the most wondrous aura, a perilous yet beautiful power. Oh, truly mesmerizing. And yet, you were able to defeat him. Oh, your strength is greater than I had imagined. Let's continue on. I find myself growing more curious by the second and more excited.
Huh? Go! Phew!
I think we've made it to the end.
Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? For fear of the unknown? Or for a power that you covet? Oh, dear creature, why do you bow down? For I am no god. I am but a sinner. You are like a flower, born in sin, yet pure, spotless. I know your fate well. You need no longer hold back your resentment, nor accept the countless lies. Go forth, become a transcendent one, and I shall shed a tear at the end of time, as I gaze back upon your life.
What? When I saw that thing, my heart was instantly at peace. I was overcome by a sense of awe or joy, perhaps. I feel good. In fact, I feel. Is that so? Cory Bear! Oh, thank goodness! He's still okay. I have for this to happen, right? You say that I bowed, but I have to try.
Papa?
Cory Bear! Oh, my... You see? It worked! Mama is...
Of course.
How do you feel?
Yes. It feels like I just... My Papa!
Don't panic, son. It's just... There's no more Conria here. In this world, you have to be a little monster.
Am I?
No, of course not. Look, Cory Bear, you still have Mama's scarf on your arm. That means she's watching over you, protecting you. So how could you be dead? Yes, really. Oh, and never take off your mask. Understand? Whatever...
Okay, Papa. I won't. I promise.
Not since that day have I been so... I knew that placing my hope in the Seven was a waste of time. Once a murderer, always a murderer. I was naive to think that the gods who conspire... But the god we saw in that cave, that wondrous power, it was true... Now then, after one piety is hardly my area of expertise. A sinner? Oh, don't be absurd. You and I have both witnessed his divine power. No matter. I am going to pay my respects with or without you.
Stabilize!
Higher, higher, pants on fire! Nowhere to hide.
No! Impossible! What happened? The Hilichurl worshippers have disappeared too? Was it all an illusion? That's true. Yes, it was neither illusion nor coincidence, and so let's go, traveler. There is surely a reason for its disappearance, and I do believe that someday in the future we shall see it again. Could he really have been a sinner and not a god? Kari Bear? Where has he gone? Oh, no, no, no. Maybe someone else came by and found him? No, it can't have been that. There's no sign of a break-in and no sign of anyone. This does not bode well. What if he's spotted by a forest ranger or an adventurer? Wait a minute. This isn't how we Oh, no. The mirror! It's broken! He must have taken his mask off and seen what he looks like beneath it. If he'd just done as he was told! We have to find him. It's his scarf. Looks like we're going the right way. Come on. Kari Bear! Kari Bear! Where are you? Curses! Forest rangers.
Hey! Who are you? We haven't seen you around here before. What's your business here?
Have you seen a, hilly?
I asked you first.
I said, have...
Hey, whoa! There are Hilichurls everywhere. What's the...
Exactly! Matter of fact...
You forest ranger scum!
You're raving mad...
Curse you all, forest rangers!
I don't get it. Why...
He'd only just regained his mind. So tell me, forest rangers.
Jeez, you're really not gonna let this go. Fine, you weirdo. If you must, I was frightened at first, but it didn't seem to have any...
Yeah.
Wait, you're leaving? Not even a...
Cory Bear! Cory Bear, stop! Whatever you saw, it was... I told you. Cory Bear? How could this happen? Come! Cory Bear! We have to go home now!
Papa!
Cory Bear!
Papa, I can't take it.
Please, Cory Bear! It's my fault! I'm so sorry. If only I'd known.
It's all too much. Papa!
Finally, it all makes sense. Ah, Traveler, you're awake. Finally, we can rejoice together. Wait, no. Why am I still calling you Traveler? Oh, I have known your true identity for some time now. I suspected it was you from the beginning. I had to talk to you to be sure. Oh, of course you haven't. With your status, you can hardly be expected to know all of us. In any case, I've been using a fake name this entire time. Ida is the name of a serp. My real name is Clotar. Clotar Alberic. You saw it too, didn't you? Unmistakable, the power inside Cory Bear and the power of the one you call a sinner. It was one and the same. Yeah. I am positive now. It's the power of the abyss, isn't it? Oh, at long last, I have seen it with my own eyes. That is no business of yours. A sinner, yes. Salvation for a sinner can only come from a sinner. Cory Bear did not deserve his fate, but now it's wonderful. He will be able to weave his own destiny anew. Born into abject sorrow, he shall now become the loom of fate. Sinister. Dangerous. Oh, I never imagined that you, of all people, would deny the abyss. How ridiculous. We once believed that you would bring new strength and hope to Conria. To us, you were the abyss. A wondrous mystery far beyond our imagination and comprehension. And the one who controls the abyss can control everything. We yearned for that future. We looked to you to take us there. But what did you bring us instead? Oh, Princess of Conria.
Why did he just call me?
Traveler! Hey, Traveler! Traveler!
You're awake! Oh, thank goodness you're awake! Paimon was worried sick! Traveler? Traveler?
What happened while you were unconscious? I checked the ley lines nearby. It appears that the Abyss tampered with them, and they've been in turmoil ever since. Information and memories flow within the ley lines. What did you witness? You mean Clotar Alberich? After founding the Abyss Order, his faith in the Abyss led him to do a great many things. But the curse of immortality continued to torment his body and mind. And in the end, neither his faith nor the Abyss he worshipped could save him. After 100 years, he lost his mind completely and was never seen again. Yet his dark legacy lived on. The defiled statue that we encountered previously was just one perverse product of his use of abyssal power during his life. You could say that. She wouldn't be the Abyss Order's princess otherwise.
Are you alright? You have a troubled look on your face. What happened?
So you saw her memories from centuries ago, through your own eyes. It all but defies belief. Still, as I'd suspected, the notion of the Loom of Fate did indeed rear its head during that time, and it seems closely connected to Clotar Alberich's son, Caribert, and what happened to him. And yet your sister never breathed a word of this incident to me. I wonder, was that the moment that she decided to go down this path? Indeed. Clearly, this series of events sparked a long period of deep contemplation. This was where it all began. What is it?
The field? What?
You mean here? What?
You scared the Duke out of Paimon! Did you rebury them yet?
A male and female skeleton. Interestingly, the male skeleton appears to have been interred much But what does this mean? And how did you know that there were bodies buried here? What? Unless... Clotar... This all raises far too many questions. We should part ways.
Huh? You're just
It's better that we split up for now. I think that he might have seen you.
Who's he?
Yes. I have my sister. If the time is right, I will...
But what do you mean that he saw the Traveler? How is that possible?
I fear that while these things would limit anyone else, they are no obstacle to him.
What? Why? What?
All right, let's leave it there.
There goes Dane. And just... What is it? Huh?
Come on, Siri.
Well, if it's facts...
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I want to write my essay on something...
Yes, you came to me. So all...
Did one of them just mention Tatara Suna? Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru? Great! Let's go find out what this
As per our contract. Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness. Next on the agenda...
Alright, I guess I'll... Ugh. If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
Oh, you're...
Hey, what's with that face? Don't...
No, of course. This is my first time coming face...
So what, for the love of... traveler, I hear you've...
Actually, we don't know much about that...
my teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge.
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about to...
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of...
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking...
Let me give you some background. This all started with the but in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it. Apart from the sword maker, his...
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent...
So first this strange person goes...
Yes, my thoughts exactly.
Stop shouting!
This part's important. It just so happens that a friend of mine, even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named...
Wait, so there are two...
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name...
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like...
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So, basically, this something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan.
The Kaidahara?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I
get to the point?
According to information acquired by Akaba's...
A puppet?
Aha! Judging by...
No! Paimon just meant...
I agree. It does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no...
Oh, and please read my... Sawada was... Oh!
Wait! You're allowed to just make stuff up?
Akaba, look. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the...
good point. Okay, back to the drawer.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to...
All right, thank you.
Hey, so... that thing that... Okay, then... Even if we did... After all, we kicked his butt and got... If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. Hey, did you see that? He couldn't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see. Traveler, Paimon, Nahida, bad news. Did he escape or... Hey! What are you doing in the Sanctuary of Circe? I know you must have a lot of questions. It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. A deal?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about. But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down? But Paimon's worried about you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obvious! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you... Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul. Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that? Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me.
So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if...
I understand. But how things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved as Sumeru's deity. It is my responsibility to be on guard against the ballad. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea.
I was going to contact you about that, but in fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my... Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great. Then prepare yourselves.
Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time. The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at...
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh.
And the most important place in all of Sumeru, unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all. Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Teyvat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so... say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you...
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out.
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
It looks the same in every direction. wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Traveler, Paimon. Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
That's part of it.
Paimon's never tried this, so Paimon's been wanting to ask you something.
As I've told you before, there's still some mystery. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. So, you made contact with that part of his mind.
Huh. Paimon...
Everyone has a history, Paimon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about...
If you mean the mysterious events,
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like
Oh? How interesting.
So the Gese got it...
Well, they guessed right about one thing.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved. Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So...
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait! How did you know about...
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. Huh? Wait.
This light... It looks similar to those
Anonymous data.
Hey! Don't you forget the agreement!
Shh! Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the...
There's no one else who can enter the furnace.
Is that so?
It's...
Whoa!
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is as I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished. Skills, blood, dreams,
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, you allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now, even now, you remain one of Tatarasuna's key
You flatter me.
So you say, Escher.
My good sir.
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because what have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke, and recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange... None of the people who went out to get help have come back. But that doesn't faze you, does it?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. Why, Mr. Niwa?
Enough, Esh. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. I'm in charge here.
Judging from the look in your eye...
Drop the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have...
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this.
You...
You're a little smarter. I thought I'd disguise myself exceptionally well. At least for the first. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan? Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a
Whoever you're working for won't get away.
It's no trouble at all. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui?
Just to create a...
That's it. That's why you...
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe, and it is easier for a person to be possessed by evil. Make no mistake.
He has nothing.
What a beautiful way to see the world. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human, Mr. Niwa? Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey!
Dottore. Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic? But why did we see...
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all...
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. You know very well what that means.
Let's give him some space.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So,
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's Natsu now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the kabuki mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion. The mechanic answered. Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said that the mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as the balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet...
Holy moly! So the doctor killed an...
Yes.
Tatori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't.
Hey, are you investigating?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me, just... you look really upset.
Huh?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens...
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you...
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand. Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past? Done.
Huh? What the...
Nothing. I was just thinking. So long.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabukimono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer!
You know, I never did like insects. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Oh no.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I am not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but...
An emergency?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances...
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feel... He wants to change the past? But surely that's right! You can't just rewrite... It's like... Imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure... Huh? Ah! Sorry. Paimon accidental, but... Erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible? Uh-oh. Paimon, there's no way he'll actually... There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what... Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But, Paimon... So, how about... Alright, Paimon will start. And Dre and Chili... Also... Paimon was, talking? Huh. Is that a food... What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it so, the balladeer? Okay, sure. Where are we go- Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay?
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, the art of forging practiced by these 5 clans, most of the great swordsmith clan. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle, if my memory serves me right.
Oh yeah, we learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden.
In fact, this was not... He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden, there is no harm in telling the Raiden Gokuden were the targets of...
Vengeful?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day. And knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa, the smith's death, though heroic, in his heart, powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had, alas. If only the story could have ended there. Finally, he made a drastic decision. To take in his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, that is why the Kaedehara clan...
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. They're on to the next step. We're here!
Traveler, it's been a while. If you're looking for the
Are they out?
The commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisa...
What do you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else...
We'll be heading in then.
Hello, dears. Of course, what would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well. And as for the commissioner...
So pretty much...
Very...
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome, Miss Kamisato, I must say.
Alright, goodbye for now. Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything...
Very well.
Well, here...
Do my eyes deceive?
Xavier? What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now...
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. If there's anything you want to know, just ask like the back of my head. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. Oh, well, I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still...
A couple?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, they say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatar's...
Oh, I didn't realize you...
Me neither.
What brought this on? Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono. I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who... Oh, but sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with... Of course!
Oh, we're leaving.
Oh, you're most welcome. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for. Sure, but keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter... Hey, alright, let's...
Hey, it's them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are.
We have time. What's
the same topic we just...
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any... Huh? Oh!
I presume you'll want to read mine as well.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler, remember how
What did you find out?
It's a long story.
Wow. So...
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Ugh. So
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmen...
Yes, okay, point taken.
And they're back at it.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do. Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon.
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
The balladeer? You look troubled. Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so...
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, the Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's...
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died. Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. The story makes sense. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the Doctor's help. He was unsuccessful. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul.
Yeah, it does make... It just feels so hopeless.
Please wait a moment. Found it. This should be the one. It turns out that I have...
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
I authored this record
Huh? You wrote...
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
That's incredible!
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night, and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different. remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really exists. Paimon has no memory of him at all.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail, that Conria was where your twin first came into this world. We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. When you give someone the truth, to others looking on, this may seem like never forget that even when we walk, and that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahita's right. Cheer up.
Good idea.
You got it. Come on, Traveler. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits.
There's a few things I'd like to look into.
It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up. What should we eat first? Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. What is it? Have you... Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you... Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't...
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. I don't want to take advantage.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got big...
Leave it to me. I'll find some more.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't... You don't want money.
You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around.
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later.
Hey, what do we do now? Okay, stay out of...
Yeah,
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what... Oh, alright.
this should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back. Huh? You two over there. You've been following me all the way from the city. Have we? No, we haven't met. I have no recollection.
Are you...
Sorry, but I just can't take your...
a puppet?
Huh?
You were right.
I guess you do know me after all. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down... Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm.
That's...
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you.
Then let's return to the...
Here you go, boss.
Oh, you really went and picked some more?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me.
I was just about to pay you anyway.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without... Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds...
Thank you. All right, done.
Don't worry about me.
What's wrong? Huh?
Hello. I do...
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't...
You say that you are trekking across to that...
Well, it seems more relevant in my case, but these two claim that they know me.
I wouldn't call it the... I don't like to rely on using terms like this often.
Oh, like a past...
Yes. Something
Okay, I have to ask. Oh, you want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't... If it's that difficult to talk about, but I'll be able to handle it.
Is truth something...
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. And you nearly died because of what other people did. and many died because of you. As a nun, you drifted from place to place. Actions rooted in persistence.
I gave everything I had.
In terms of the outcome alone.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time. A chain of cause and effect. A cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right...
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me?
This is so frustrating! This guy's he's got so much to answer for.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom...
Yes, it's all true.
Please, I want to see them for myself.
Even though it will cause your presence...
I'm just a puppet. With no heart and no name.
Very well.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him?
Don't worry. Whatever.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your...
Understood.
Thank you.
This looks like Inazu.
Right now, you're in a dream. These memories will
Sounds like an immersive experience.
You don't need to do this for me.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had...
All right.
Wanderer, this is the
Is that because this is...
You could...
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. No, there's no way. There's someone passed out on the ground. You're awake. What? Not a scratch.
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichi,
and the rest is history.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was off.
Let me get you out of here.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor, disguised as a mechanic. The balladeer, then as the second in command but Katsuragi...
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Huh? What are we doing back here? Whoa, this...
I was abandoned, like you.
Okay, I heard my mom and dad he kept coughing.
But you can't.
Yup, we're
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, after his mother died, after leaving Tatarasuna...
What happened to the child?
He died from his illness while he was still very young.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family!
You're no... The voices have gone.
Let's keep going.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Incoming!
This is order.
Nowhere to hide.
Looks like I went too far.
This place is dark.
In the original version of events.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now.
The plot does not end here.
Yes.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results and your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
Born of ice and frost.
Blink! Speed of light! Hup!
This is long overdue.
No touching! Don't blink! Nowhere to hide! Incoming!
Can't run from death.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Immorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his...
Welcome.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again?
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human?
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, no matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass. Can you return my
Huh? But
I've always believed that human lives, as a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnate. Are you sure?
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since, but then I met you. And I finally realized that I've always felt I have an innate tenet, so I beg you.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, you have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here?
It's...
You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is... my...
is he alright? No way! Hey! Are you done yet?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end. This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Have you got any more stupid questions?
Feeble human!
Squall and Fury! The wind rises. At my command, you shall fall. Squall and Fury. Insignificant pest. Bow your head. Behold, my endless cycle begins! Nothing worth mentioning. Insignificant pest! Know your place! Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared.
What did you expect?
There's the tone of voice again. Wait, but it was you inside that...
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am. You sound like you're concerned about me. But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Welcome back, Traveler.
If you...
You don't like being addressed by that...
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui?
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you were looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to...
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way, Traveler. In the future, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler. After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma? So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they?
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. The past is set on, but you can keep moving on. And the long—
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Oh! Paimon wants—
Why?
Because—
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name,
No! Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name—
Have you... Are you sure? Oh, all right. If you say so.
There.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet? Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one. Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You mean the fatigue?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see.
Huh? But...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire life.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything, so we can finally go eat?
Thank you both.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some
You mean because everyone...
Yeah! I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. The dark clouds had dissipated. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when all these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire, and life is a story too long...
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger... Wow, girl! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the...
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff? Anyway, that feels wrong just leaving it there.
This is order. Solidify!